Evening. I'd almost forgotten how to do all this. Good to see you all again. Yeah, if it's not marked as resolved on Mantis, then it won't be resolved. I'm usually quite good at marking them as resolved. I mean, sometimes I fix stuff without realizing I fixed it, and then it ends up just fixing itself. But yeah, generally speaking, if it's marked as resolved, then it should be fixed. If not, then it won't be. Hey, Jamo. Yes, I've had a week focusing on patch stuff, although the week didn't go as planned. So I spent the first half of the week fixing some pretty gnarly bugs, which meant that I've only got half of the week done what I wanted to do. So what I'm going to do basically between now and this patch going live is I'm probably going to just do patchwork on streams rather than doing the Caravella stuff and the Magellan stuff. So we'll put that on hold until this patch is live, because I've just got so much to do and not enough time to do it all in. So we're going to focus on getting this patch out and getting the demo updated. And yeah, I turned the window upside down. For some reason, I was applying the external textures to the inside and the inside to the outside and the outside to the inside. I had it all transposed anyway, but that's fixed now, so it's working perfect the way it should. All good, Delta, all good. So what have I been doing? So yeah, so other than fixing what were some pretty awful bugs, and I was glad to see the back of those, I've been working on how we interact with the game, and it would help if you could see what I'm seeing. So, this is our character here. So, generally speaking, we have this interaction tick running, and the idea of this is that 10 times a second it's running a line trace and basically looking for things that it's hitting in the world, and this is basically what are you looking at right now. So it's going from the camera to whatever it is you're looking at, or if you're holding E on the keyboard, which is what this does, if you're holding E, i.e. that, it traces from the mouse cursor location instead. So whether you're looking at it or you're hovering the mouse over it, this is how we capture what is the current object of interest. Now I've greatly simplified this. This was quite convoluted before, but what I'm doing is I'm making it so that we're simply applying a tag to whichever component is set up to use the interaction trace channel. So if we look in the world, I don't know why he's so joyously dancing in front of that. They're all doing that. We'll ignore that. So an object such as this, we're applying the tag to the static mesh, and the same with like the drone cameras or the chair. We're applying that tag to the thing that we want the camera to actually hit. So if we look at the tags on here, you can see that this has a tag vehicle, and this one will also have the vehicle tag, whereas these ones will have a prop tag. And when we have things like on the holo display, they'll have a holo display tag. So what we're doing in the code is we are going through and we're doing a switch on whatever that tag might be. And that's how we're setting the class of the object that we're looking at. And then we can trigger the highlight, which is what this is. But I wanted to keep this really simple so that all we're doing on tick is just setting the class of the object, so that when we actually then do an interaction key, we can drive what happens based on the class of the thing you're looking at. So it's basically simplifying and modularizing this so that everything is all driven by this one simple line trace. So the player character captures what it's looking at, and then the interaction system takes over from there. So now we have very simply these three sections here. We've got the E for being able to unlock the mouse and hover over things, and then either you left click or you press F, or whatever you rebind F to at some point in the future. And the logic behind how this is going to work is if you go and left click something, that's triggering the default action. So that's what these things are here. These are all the default actions. And then we have a macro set up for each class of tag that we're putting on stuff. This will probably grow a bit over time. I'm slightly worried about this bloating too far, because if we have lots of different classes of thing that you're looking at, obviously we need to then set up a new macro for each one. So things like the piano keys, which are pretty specific, what's different about those is each piano key needs to have 2 tags. So if we look at this, so on the construction script, we actually generate the keys. They're not there by default, we generate them. In fact, I probably can't see them on here because they're dynamic. But what we do is we add a tag for the fact that it's a piano key, then we add a second tag for what key ID we're looking at. So when we actually manage that button press, again, either by left clicking or holding E to unlock the mouse, we need to pass, we need to first of all figure out that it's a piano key that we're tracing over, but then we also need to pass that ID on for which piano key we're tracing over. So I might at some point make the piano key more generic so that we can have different classes of actor with subcomponents. So say you have a piece of machinery and there are various physically interactive elements of that piece of machinery. I guess not dissimilar to the chessboard, because the chessboard itself doesn't do anything when you look at it, but if you hover over one of the buttons, then all of a sudden it's hitting that trace for a button. So a button is a class in and of itself. So if you had a piece of machinery with lots of different buttons and switches and levers, they all may be part of the same class, but we want the line trace to actually impact those things individually. So yeah, the piano key might be something that we make more generic in the future. And then with each of these things, we're just driving different actions based on whether it's a contextual action or whether we're just doing our default action. So in the case of looking at nothing, which is what we'll do. So right now we're hovering over nothing. I don't know whether you can see in the top left the debug text says nothing, and if we look at the button, then the debug text says button, and again if we do that, it says button. So while we're looking at nothing and we left click, it's just firing a widget interaction trace. However, if we press F, it brings up this context menu instead. And what you see on the context menu will be different depending on the object. So again, you can now just left click to sit in a chair. So you don't need to bring up a menu or anything. If there's no one sat in the chair, then the default action is just to sit. And then if you were to press F on the chair, it will bring up a menu with different things that you can do relevant to that chair. So the context actions that you'll get for chairs will be different from the context actions you'll have for, say, a prop. Like the beer, you press F, and the context actions will things like drink, hold. Whereas the default action for left click is you can just pick it up and move it about with physics in the world. But for some reason it's not automatically letting go, so immediately I found a bug where it's not firing the key up. Oh, because it wasn't actually highlighted. That's interesting. Yeah, so while we're looking at it, it will let go. If we kind of unclick when we're not looking at it, then it won't let go. But yeah, so that's kind of the logic behind this system moving forward, is that everything that you can interact it with will have a default action, which just fires from left click. If you press F, then you'll get a radial menu pop up with lots more things you can do relevant to that object. And in addition to that as well, you'll also have commands that you can issue just generally. And the idea of this is the character just speaking out loud. So like how we have the ability to explore a star system, that would just come under commands. So as the captain, you could just issue that command to the bridge in general without having to look at anybody or anything. And then we'll have the usual things like emotes and dances and the usual kind of stuff you get in games like this. Actually, one of the debates I was having with myself was whether or not to have the text of what you're hovering on appearing in the middle here and just have an icon for those things, or whether we have just text or icon and text. I think I'll try it several ways and we'll work out which way feels the best and is the slickest. this system is going to be like the primary way where that you're interacting with the ship and the crew. So this needs to be really good for that, for that to be a slick experience. And similarly, and something I'll do in a minute actually, is the color of the highlight I'm going to make department specific. So right now it's blue, as if I was in the science department. And again, the commands that you get will be department specific as well. So the whole idea of this is it's constantly changing depending on what it is you're looking at and what the current situation is, what the current kind of the situation around your character, what's going on right now, what department are you in, where are you on the ship, and the menu will change depending on those things. So it's going to be constantly evolving depending on what you're doing. And yeah, so we need to make it yellow for command, blue for science, green for medical, etc., 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 just to add a bit of flavor to it. Not yet, AJ. No. So I was just sitting down and thinking about what kind of things do we actually need on here. Things like emotes and dance moves, they're things that will just be there always. But then you also have the contextual stuff, which is, I guess the first option is always going to be whatever you're looking at. So they're going to be hidden under this menu, and the idea is when you click it, it will fade for a second and come up with sub-menu items. And the commands, this is supposed to be a proxy for you issuing a verbal command. And as I've mentioned previously on streams, we'll make this localized as well. So whilst you're issuing a command in English, someone else might be hearing that command in French. So it's a way of interacting and speaking to crew members who may not speak your language, and the game can do the translation for you. If there's anything else that's needed on this menu, then we'll add it on a as needed basis. So I think the first thing we'll do then is we will sort out the role colouring, which means we need to add a few more bits and pieces to this. So what we're doing right now is we're just adding our icons and throwing some variables at it, but when we actually generate the ring itself, we need to be throwing some colors at that as well. And right now it's through the material that we're setting up on it, but we want to do that programmatically. Yeah, so either we switch out the material, it's probably the easiest way of doing it actually. What are we calling it? Material base? Yeah, that one. Yeah, so if we, rather than making this a dynamic material, we'll just swap materials for now. So if we call that science one. Actually, it's not an instance, is it? Let's make an instance for each one. Hey T-Shane. Yeah, we can do things like the characters being stuck, or like character customization, and we can add that to the Radial menu as well if need be. So they're just defaults, yeah, okay. That's fine. so as you move forward with all the gameplay stuff this year, we need to start looking at how we're doing, or how we're growing the role specific stuff. So we need to really kind of go heavy on all of our role gameplay to make sure that the role is more meaningful. Because right now, as much as you can, add yourself to a department, it's not providing true meaning within the game environment. Whereas starting to add things like this, it's starting to give your role a purpose aboard the ship, and that's kind of our big thrust for this year, is making sure that everybody has purpose and have your role mean something. Next. Oops, spell that right. What else have we got? Might have to give stewards a different color, because the stewards department is kind of black uniform, so I suppose I could just like a grey menu. Let's just do deck first. How do we make brown? Yeah, Claire has a mighty fine beard. She's a fine specimen of dwarf women. White and gold feels a little commandy. I'll just make them grey for now. She must be a free elf by now, because I've given her socks before. In fact, I bought her some Slipknot socks for Christmas. Right then. You're welcome, Firstus. Thank you. Yeah, probe riding is actually quite a lot of fun. I like to have it move invisibly to its coming back location rather than teleporting, and then you can actually ride it the whole way around. It's like a little fairground ride. Let's just do this as a test. So this should be our replicated version of our character's customization, which includes the department. So we should be able to use that to drive our material. Give the civilian one, the steward's one as well. Right, so that should now be department specific. So one of the things that we'll have on here is it will the commands, again, they're going to be context aware. So if you're the captain or the XO, then the commands that you'll have available to you will be different. I suppose some roles might not even have a commands option at all. So this is, again, this is the proxy for your character saying something out loud. So you're issuing a verbal command. So if you're the captain, you should be able to issue a verbal command to the computer at any time. So if you want to go to red alert, you should be able to say computer red alert, and you'll be able to issue that command from anywhere, from here. If you're on the bridge, then I imagine we'll update that and have different commands available. So yes, I think is the easy answer to that. If it's something that you're saying to the computer out loud, and is relevant for your role aboard the ship, then yes, you should be able to have that as an option on the command list. Things like fully explore this star system, which is a command you would verbally give to the bridge as a whole, that command wouldn't be there if you're just walking down a corridor somewhere. So again, we'll update what commands are displayed based on where you are on the ship and what's relevant to the current context. Yeah, or Alexa, that works too. Yeah, we don't want to make the menus too nested. So we don't want it to be the case that you're having to go click, 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 click to go through and find the thing you want. It needs to be like quick, accessible, and that's the reason we have like left click to fire a default action, because if we can avoid having to go through the menu, that's the best thing, obviously. Right, so I don't think that worked. Yeah, because we're in engineering, so it should be coming up orange, and it's not. And let's do that on pre-construct. and then make sure we're actually getting the right value. This this widget is owned by the player character, so getting that player controller should be the right one. Yeah, and then this menu doesn't it doesn't actually even get created until we press F, so the player controller should be available by then. Okay, well, it's definitely saying command, which it shouldn't be actually, so that's interesting. So it's failing in two ways. One, it's saying command, and two, it's not giving us the color for command. So if we get player state, and we'll stick it on there instead. Because ultimately that's where the replication lives, on player state. And assuming that's correct, we'll then work out why that's not doing its thing. What type of slot is that? Wait, it shouldn't need this? No, because we're setting that directly. Might need to set up a function on that to apply this. Ooh, or oh, of course, because what we're not doing is actually updating it, aren't we? So as much as we're setting the variable, we're not actually tying it to something, so we would need to update that. Basically, we need to refire this and recreate the dynamic material, because I forgot we're actually, of course, we're highlighting the different segments as we go around. So it does need to be a material instance, but we need to do it from this. So we need, I guess we can't, yeah, we'll just have to set that again. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we run all that again, that's fine. Okay, so we got a custom event here. Update ring material. And if we give it that. Then we can set our material base variable. Same time. And then that can just pop into there. Actually, that can just do that instead. That should do it. And we'll probably have to cast to this in order to do this. So, what is this? UMG radial menu. So, cast to UMG radial menu. And then we will update material. Right, so if we plug that in there instead and get rid of that. Then we're actually forcing it to recreate its material instance. Oh, we don't even need to cast. Brilliant. All the better. Deadline, thank you. Very much appreciated. Yes, AJ. That's exactly what that means, actually. So, if everything in the world, including NPCs, have a default action associated with them, then, again, we need to work out what should that default action be. So something like Jonesy, absolutely sort of kneel down and scratch his little head, needs to be the default action, for sure. And then under F, we'll have things like pick up. So, you know, things like the cat, they're small enough that you can pick them up and carry them around. Hurrah! So it's correctly flagging the fact we're in engineering. So if we change to, say, medical, it should now be green. Hurrah! Great, so that's good. So we now have department awareness within the Radial menu. So when it comes to the commands, we can now start making those department specific. Or specifically for our initial implementation, we need to make sure that the bridge commands are gated behind being in the command department. So people who are not in the command department can't go ahead and issue verbal commands on the bridge. So this is also going to replace the menu that pops up here. So that won't pop up anymore. Instead, when you click it, the default action will be to bring up, oh, it's not coming up because I've not hooked it up yet, but you'll click on it and it'll come up with this instead. So the actions that you'll be able to do obviously will be driven through this Radial menu. And again, the things that come up for the hollow object will be under the context actions. And we'll have, for instances like this, where there is no, there's no logical default action for this other than bring up the menu. So in this instance, it will just bring up the menu when you left click. So you won't need to press F, you can just left click it, the menu comes up, and then you can go into context actions and decide what you're doing with this particular star system. But again, it's going to change depending on what those things are. And then you should be able to just stand here, press F, and then if you're in a star system already, under the command menu, you can just issue the command fully explore this star system, as in this one, the one you're in, and then the bridge crew will just gleefully go ahead and explore this star system because you're in it already. And if you want to go and explore a specific star system that you're not in, then that's when you would come over to here and click that and say, right, go and explore that star system, not the one we're in. Also in the future, rather than having this pop-up menu here, we will have like a little floaty UI as part of the hollow display, because the idea is I want to be able to click on something like that star there, and actually have a UI screen here, just as part of the hollow display, that displays information about that target with a list of things that you can potentially do, and we'll have that as a hollow target. So I was toying with the idea of calling it a command target, but I think given that any person can technically walk up and use the hollow display, we'll just call it a hollow target instead. So on here, you'll have the ability to, and we'll add an extra button for it, to target the hollow target. So when you target something on here, it won't automatically change the target that the sensors are aimed at. It'll be stored separately. And similarly, over on the helm here, we'll have use hollow target as well. So the idea behind that is that the captain can target something on here, speak to the helm about it, and then that's just an interaction between them and the helm. It's not going to affect anything that's going on over here on the sensors. So if they're busily doing something, then you walking over and clicking the holo display isn't going to suddenly mess up the thing that they're doing on here. Just to give that separation between each bridge station. And it then makes the holo display something which is very much a standalone virtual console that is separate from the other consoles on the bridge, so it can act independently. But yeah, so I'm going to leave the radial menu stuff there for now, but this is what I'm going to be focusing on over the next few days, getting this usable. And I can't put out a dev build until it's usable, because right now we're breaking a bunch of stuff. Like when you click on here, a lot of this stuff won't work now. Like I click done then, and obviously that's now stuck on my screen, because a lot of the stuff for this is now tied into this. So I need to get that all sorted, and then I can put it out as a build, and then we can test it. Because now I'm just stuck with that forever. So what I'm going to do instead tonight is we're going to build a new chat system, because Claire virtually threw her laptop out the window earlier because she was getting so frustrated with it. For some reason, and I don't know why, it never used to do this, but you type a chat message and it pretty much immediately disappears, and then you can't get it back. Although it seems to be behaving in single player, which is interesting. In a multiplayer environment, those messages are disappearing within like half a second, and then when you press enter again, it's not giving you the scroll back, it's just not there. But yeah, in single player it seems to be working fine. But this is a plugin anyway that we're using for this, and I don't like using plugins, so what I'm going to do is rewrite this from scratch so that we'll have our own proprietary chat system, which we then have full control over, and we can change everything as we need to, and we can make it specific and proprietary to what we need, and we can fix stupid things like sometimes when you like try and do a command. Yeah, there we go. See, the command is typing behind the text. So there are lots of little bugs like that, which are really, really irritating, which I want to fix. So let's get on and fix it. And we can make it part of the standard HUD rather than having a separate and another widget that we're loading, because right now we are loading a whole bunch of widgets on player controller. Where are we? There we are. Yeah, so on player controller during startup, we're loading all of these different widgets with different things. So at some point, all of these separate widgets that we're overlaying on top of one another need to be all part of the HUD package as a whole. So we can get rid of get rid of the chat one. I'm going to use the system that I wrote for our debug messages, which basically hold an array of text on game state, and then what game state is doing is it's going through and it's looking at how long those messages have been there for, and basically dropping them off if they've been there too long. So what we'll be able to do is we'll have a configurable way of controlling how long we want messages to linger on screen, and including like don't drop off at all if you want them there permanently, and a much more robust scroll back that goes on much further. And we can probably virtualize that as well. So like with how the sensors works, we can have multiple thousands of lines worth of scroll back, and even save that as well as part of the multiplayer save. So if you're having a conversation and then you just quit and log off for a couple of days and come back, then that previous chat log will still be there as part of that multiplayer save, because it's now something that's on game state, so we can add it to the save package. And again, that scroll back will always be there. It gives us a much more robust and usable chat system for the game. Potentially, Scotty, yeah, I haven't looked at outputting stuff to text files, and I do need to, because once we're outputting stuff as like a CSV file, for example, then we can start outputting game data to CSV files and just update them continuously, which means that other applications can then kind of pull that data in real time. So we can have third-party tools basically polling these text files that we're updating, which would be pretty good. But yeah, I'll look into that. Shouldn't be too difficult. Right, so I guess first things first, we need our HUD. So let's grab that. And we've already got our Who's Online tab menu thing. So I think what we'll do is we'll maybe do something similar down here for the chat box. Use the same kind of spacing and sizing and everything. So if we duplicate that whole thing, where are we anchored? There. So you are 20 units in, so we'll do the same with that one. And I guess if we anchor it bottom left, change that to 1, then we can do 20 from there as well, just to keep the spacing consistent around the outside. I was going to say, why doesn't it have rounded corners? But it does. I might actually need this canvas panel here. I could probably... maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, the plugin one that we're using right now does support things like being able to send direct messages to people. So at some point, yes, we will need to have that. In addition to that, we also need departmental chat as well. So each department can have its own separate chat channel, and then I guess you'll have access to that depending on which department you're in automatically. Yeah, because I think we'll keep the ship-wide one as the default, and then we'll have departmental chats that are separate from the ship-wide one. So all the engineering chatter is not kind of messing with the medical chatter, and so on and so on. And then we've still got the ship-wide for people that just want to chat. Like a trade chat channel, if you've ever played WoW. So I guess we've got two options when it comes to how much mouse control we add to this, because right now I think it captures the mouse. It does, so it doesn't necessarily need to be able to do that. I was thinking we could have buttons for the different departments, maybe. Again, and because we're building this ourselves, it means we can make it, again, a lot more departmental based. So like if you're in the command department, you should be able to select any department on the ship and then interact in those channels. Whereas if you're in the medical department, then you shouldn't be able to drop into the engineering chat and chat in there. Maybe. It depends how we're using it, I suppose. Like if you want to... No, I suppose if you're in medical and you wanted to speak to someone in engineering, I guess you'd just use the ship-wide channel and say, can someone in engineering get in touch? Like, do we want to keep the departmental channels private to those departments? I guess that's just something we'll have to think about as we go. But if I at least give the command staff the ability to drop into any of the different channels, then we can have some buttons across the top where you can just, like tabs essentially, where you can tab through different channels. So for a low-level crew member, you'd have ship-wide or your department. Whereas if you're in command, you'd have ship-wide and then all the departments to click on. We should probably make that easier. So that is to say, yes, we will capture the mouse, I think, to make that clickable. And then we'll maybe use the shoulder buttons on a controller. Although, I suppose also for controllers, we're going to need a virtual keyboard, aren't we? That's going to have to come later. Yeah, I suppose there's no reason why we couldn't make private channels. I guess unlike an MMO, this isn't like a guild kind of environment where obviously you have a group of players chatting to themselves and another group of players chatting to themselves. You're all on the same ship, you're all part of the same crew. But I suppose we could do with local chat. So we need, again, sort of thinking back to my days in WoW, you've got the say channel, so you're just speaking at a normal volume, so people within a certain radius of you can hear that. Or you can do yell, where people much further away can hear that. And then of course you have the broadcast channel that's ship-wide. So we can do something like that as well. So if two people are in a room talking, then only the two people in that room can hear that, because it's within a certain distance. And we can also line trace that as well, maybe, and have it so that if there's a physical, like a closed door between you and the people that are talking, even if you're on either side of the door, you won't hear them, because we'll do a line trace and check for visibility. We can do something like that too. Very simply, CSI, we are rebuilding the chat system, making it better and more functional, and more multiplayerly reliable. Yeah, I think things like levers and joiners, I guess we could put in a system channel. I know it comes up and says so-and-so has joined the ship. We can maybe have that come up as a system message in the... so have it broadcast as part of the ship-wide chat, but also only stored in the system chat. yes, and because we're in England, we have a lot more strict rules now in terms of minors playing the game and what they can or cannot have access to. But if we just make the game 16 plus, that solves all the problems anyway. To be honest, I think ratings wise, I think we're already 16 plus because we've got things like alcohol in the game. So I think that immediately puts us 16 plus. Yeah, different countries have different criteria, but I think on Steam, when we went through the ratings, because we've got to put obviously violence because we're shooting people, drug use because we have reference to alcohol and probably like drugs in terms of like not carcinogenic, that's cancer, hallucinogenic plant. Like you could have a plant on a planetary surface, you bring it up, you think, oh, this is a great food source, you feed it to the crew, and now everyone's tripping balls. But we want stuff like that in the game, but of course that puts the rating up, so I think teen probably covers us completely. Are we 18 in Germany? That's mad. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to do like graphic gore or like graphic sex scenes or anything like that. But crew members tripping on weird alien plants, I think we'll definitely go that far with it. Just that far and no further. I mean, it's not an adult game, but it is an adult game. It's not really a game that's aimed at kids. Not with all the techie stuff and the science. It's not the kind of game that appeals to kids, unless they're like super into space and stuff. Yeah, I'm sure. I think across the board it's probably easier just to rate the game 16 plus as a default, and then obviously each country will adjust that as needed. Yeah, true. Yeah, I guess, but then is anyone younger than 16 really studying astrophysics? I mean, obviously there's going to be some really clever kids out there that are super into this stuff, but you know, I guess the kind of topics we're covering, like what kind of age range do the kids usually start getting like properly interested in that? Do we? Oh. Oh, I'm sure they will, yeah. Anyway, what was I doing? Yeah, I guess, you know, astronomy, yes, but then, yeah, it's an awkward one, isn't it? Because we do want there to be an educational component of the game, and we do want the game to be valuable in an educational setting. You know, the whole point of being so scientifically accurate is that you naturally learn astrophysics principles just through playing the game, because it's all there on the UI, it's all part of the game. So you're doing astrophysics already just by playing the game. And that's great, because that teaches. But at the same time, what's that saying? It's like space, but with beer and hookers. Is that how they describe the Orville? Can't remember now. Can't remember where that quote came from. Yes, Delta, I think ultimately some kind of parental lock or like an educational switch that we can turn on So things like drugs and alcohol are not included in the base. But yeah, Claire will make sure that I stay on track with that. She is the arbiter of good taste. Anyway, game state, that's what I want. Just to keep me like on the straight and narrow. Okay, so we've got our struct here for error messages, and then on the start of game, where is it? Here. So basically we've got a function which is just ticking away, and it's adding and removing error messages as needed. So we will have another one of these with another blueprint interface for chat. So we'll just basically replicate this whole thing. Probably literally replicate this whole thing, and have that as our chat system, except we're going to need a nested struct. Yeah, so each message, well actually I suppose we don't need a nested struct, we just need each message to be tagged with its department. So we have a single struct array which has all the messages in it, which means we're just saving a single item rather than nesting that within another struct. But then I suppose when it comes to displaying the chat channels, we're going to have to do a loop on that, and then only create menu items for things with matching channels. Perhaps it's going to be easier just to get the struct that we need. We shall see. We'll also have to look at our network overhead with this as well, because obviously the longer that scroll back gets, the more we're replicating every time it's updated. So that will become a factor at some point. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the passenger role, just letting the ship play itself. It's going to be quite interesting seeing how the ship deals with certain situations. Right, let's add this as a new blueprint system. I don't think I've got chat as a folder, no. Okay. New folder, always exciting. Right, so we want a struct for our chat channels. So each chat message is going to require, I suppose, things like timestamp, department. Yeah, so we're going to need, okay, whatever the message was, and then what department the message was meant for, and that will include things like shout and say and whisper and all that stuff too. suppose we're also going to need a target. So if the department is direct message, then actually let's change that to channel rather than department. So the channel could be a private message, in which case we're going to need a target for that private message, and I guess we'll handle that via the character, I suppose, or we're creating the HUD on player controller, so maybe we'll manage that via their controller. That would be a difficult one, Illusion, because obviously the chat thing is going to be part of your HUD, so it's a widget essentially. Yeah, so dragging and dropping things onto that, we'd have to have something in the world scope that detects the thing and then passes the information onto the chat box. I'll have a look. Well, yes, if you've got like an inventory, you could do it that way. Okay, so the message is going to be a string. I'm losing my voice now. I haven't streamed for a week. My voice is not used to it. Okay, we need an enum for the channels. Target, we'll just do player controller reference. And our timestamp. Does it get date? Yeah. So if we use this, then that is a date time structure. So we'll just stamp it with that when the message is sent, and then also we need, well, I guess we don't necessarily need a linger time on a per message basis, because we'll set that globally, because we can use our date time to work out how long it's been on a global basis and do it from there. Yeah, this is more how long it lingers on screen before it fades away. So as chat's popping up on the screen, obviously you don't want the chat there the whole time because it will just start getting in the way of stuff. So it's like, how long does it linger on your screen before fading to the log? And then when you press enter, then you can see the whole log. Oh yeah, that's a good one, sender. Good thinking. I might make another struct for that actually, because it depends on whether we want to use the department details for that. If we do source, because and destination, because it's not always going to be a player, sometimes it's going to be a system message. I mean, ultimately, an extension of this, or rather a future polish of this, would be nice to be able to click on the person's name in the list and be able to send them a private message just by clicking on their name. I know in Warcraft, some people use special characters in their names, and they're like inviting them to a group is a nightmare. But being able to just click on them makes that a lot easier. Right, let's make our channels enum. Hey, Jim. Well, yeah, Ava and the NPCs. It would be good to have them saying stuff as well. So I guess our basic channels are. I guess I'll just steal World of Warcraft parlance. Got say, yell, ship-wide. Actually, if we have that one as private or direct, and then we've got our ship-wide broadcast, and then we've got our departments. Oh, actually, before we have those ones, let's add system messages. We've got ship-wide command, engineering, science, tactical, medical, tech, stewards, and I won't bother having no, I won't bother having a passenger one. They can just use the ship-wide one. Because this is really for effective communication within the game. I suppose I could call it Whisper if we're staying with the WoW side. Although I think in WoW it was tell, wasn't it? Like /T for tell. Yeah, I guess for things like dealing with the Among Us stuff, you'll just have to go into a room and lock the door and have a quiet, hushed conversation. I missed one. Command, engineering, science, tactical, medical, deck. I think that's all of them, isn't it? And stewards, yeah. So I think that's all the channels we need for now. So on here, stick that on there. I could do, yeah. I think that's it though. I don't think that enum needs to be any bigger than that in the grand scheme of things. Obviously we're going to have other ships, and other ships might have proprietary channels, but we'll see when it comes to those ships. I mean, certainly for the Caravella we'd have the same ones. Okay, so on game state then, we want a new variable for chat messages, and that's of type chat message, and that's going to be an array. So, so the question is one of organization, really, and that is, do we just have one large array of messages, or do we create sub-arrays for the different channels? I think I'll probably start off with just having one long array, and we'll filter on department, but we'll see whether or not that gets unwieldy or not. As long as there's not too many held in the log, then it shouldn't be an issue. Right, so we want to duplicate that function, rename that to chat. Right, so what we're doing on this one, so we're going through blah blah blah, counting down that. Okay, yeah, so we're actually on the error messages, we are deducting our time from the message itself, and then getting rid if they're under 1 millisecond. I think what we'll do is do it more in a more sophisticated way and actually use the timestamp instead. Okay, so first and foremost, we want to know, do we even have a chat message? Which I'll skip actually, because we're always going to have at least one message on there. Just even when you just join the ship, there's going to be one message, so that's fine. And actually, we don't need to do a timestamp check on here. All we need to do is trim this. But if we were to say put a cap of 100 messages on the chat log, then ideally we'd want that 100 messages per channel, because if someone is talking loads in one channel, they could actually end up purging another channel just because they're being so verbose. So in which case it would be better to have a container struct. Yeah, I think I've talked myself into it. So we have, yeah. We'll just call this our chat log. Then basically we need one child struct for struct array for each channel. So that would be, say, yell whisper. Then we had system chip wide. Yeah, and all the departments. So what we can do with this is not only can we grab a specific list of messages depending on which tab we have active, we can also trim all of these every time we add to it. So we don't need anything running on tick we're just, as soon as a new message arrives, we just cut off anything over 100. So we'll just put a limit on the array length. So we don't need to have anything ticking away. We don't need to worry about timestamps unless it comes to refreshing the UI. Command engineering. Try and do these in the same order, if I can remember. Tactical, medical, deck, and stewards. I think you have to do it through code. I don't recall seeing a limit on an array length. No. But I think when you add, there was a way of setting a limit. Because you can have it automatically add and expand. Because there's a flag for grow the array, so oh, it was add an index, I think it was. That's for joining arrays. Oh, it was that. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Yeah, so you can add at a specific index and it will resize the array, but not for length. So I guess what we'd have to do is every time we add an item to the array, we would have to resize the array. So just resize it to 100 if it's over 100, and that hopefully will cut out the last index and not the first index. It doesn't actually say, but we'll try it and see. If we fill up the array and we resize, we'll see whether or not that trims or not. Do we have a trim? No. We can make it work anyway. Right, so basically on that note, we won't need to do this. What we will do though is we will have the UI polling this array. So of course this has to be replicated. Where are we? There. So this will be a replicated array. So every client will get game state, get the array of chat messages, and we'll look at the timestamps during that process. So the HUD will look at the timestamp of the latest messages, and if they are less than the linger time that we pre-configure, and we can expose that linger time to players as well. So part of the gameplay options can be how long do you want messages to be on screen for. So it can be per player specific as to how long they take to fade away. Which I think some people will want them there all the time, some people will want them just to pop up and disappear. So we'll leave that in the player hands. So we don't need to poll it from there, but we do basically need this. So we need to set up our blueprint interface. So we make a new blueprint interface here. I mean, what we could do is make this a gameplay message. I haven't tried doing that yet. So hang on, if we get gameplay message subsystem and broadcast message. What we could do, so what we can't do is we can't send an array using the gameplay tags. I've tried loads of different ways of doing this and it just won't do it. But you can send a struct. So if we make a new tag channel here and we call it chat, I suppose we can even do sub channels for that. In-game chat messaging system messaging, and then we can do like chat dot say and so on and so on, and have a different channel for each of them. If we just keep it generic for now, just for chat, but we can broadcast those separately if we need to. So on here we'd go chat, and then we'd need our message, so that would be make what was it, struct chat message. So we can broadcast this on the gameplay message subsystem without needing to get game state or do any of those things. We would have to capture this by the player controller, because obviously we can't update this replicated variable on game state straight from the HUD or anything else. It needs to be replicated. So we need to pass this through to the player controller. Let's try that now actually. So on our growing player controller, there's junk happening on here. I really need to clean this up. So when are we going to start listening for this? I guess relatively soon. So yeah, I guess once the character's are ready, then we want to start listening for chat messages. These are redundant do-wances, we don't need those in there. This is all part of our gated startup, so that we're triggering certain startup events based on what the ship and player is doing. But what we'll do is we will go ahead and do that, and then we will pop that there. But we'll also listen at the same time. So when we receive our message, and this by default does not replicate, if you fire it from something which has a server-side component, then it does fire on the server as well, but doing it from the HUD, that shouldn't happen. So if we just listen on the chat channel, give it our chat message struct, and then we want to do a server event, so custom event, make this a server RPC, so replicate chat message, make that run on server. We will mark it as reliable, so those chat messages get through. And we will give our payload, which is chat message. We don't even need to bother with that. So what's happening here is we are capturing the chat message on the player controller. We are then broadcasting this out again. So the problem is we would need to listen to this on player controller, but you also need to listen to it on game state. So what we would have to do is change that one to client. And then we'd have to add server, because we don't want that message being picked up on the player controller if it hasn't been replicated yet. So this one needs to be client, and then this one needs to be server, and then on game state we'll listen to chat.server, which means on the HUD we're sending client. So we make our chat message, we send it on the client channel, player controller picks that up on the client channel, and then turns it into a server authoritative message and sends it out on the server channel, which means that will then go to the player state, which can then update the array of chat messages, and they'll be replicated, because you're basically giving it authority then to do its replication. So we just need to replicate chat message, and we'll just pass that through. I suppose we'll call it message. Keep it consistent. Okay. So once the character is ready, as in the character has been spawned, it's been possessed, right, now it's ready, so we can turn off our fade to black and present the game to the player. At that point, we will start listening for messages on the chat channel. Yeah, I'm sending payload to there, replicating it to there. So all that remains is on our player controller, and this also needs organizing. It's starting to turn into spaghetti. We just need to get our chat messages, and I suppose at this point so this will now receive this in a replicated way, and we now need to make sure that we get our payload and add it to the correct substruct, subarray. because otherwise we have to store or create a variable for every single channel, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it does give us a lot of variable bloat, but I'm just thinking in terms of replication, it's probably going to be better to replicate a single array than replicate a much larger array with all the different sub-arrays, child arrays in it, because you're going to be replicating the chat messages from every single department every single time when you might never need that department, which is just creating unnecessary network bandwidth. So I think what we'll do is we will make these department-specific arrays, because we're not having to check them on tick or anything to refresh them. We can just create a function for that here. Yeah. Which means that would be chat messages at say, and then we'll go through and create all of them, and we'll put them in the category chat system so that it keeps them organized. So say yell whisper system shipwide yeah, debating whether to call it chat log, but I'll just keep it as messages for now. And then we have command engineering so in terms of keeping everything packaged up neatly, I like the idea of nesting these, but I think it's just going to give us network problems, so I won't. Oops. Deck stewards. Hey, Sirius. We're working on the chat system, or we're building a new chat system to replace the old chat system because the old one's causing problems. So we're building something which is kind of proprietary for our needs and a little bit more robust. And we're building it using the gameplay message subsystem. So I've never used this in this way before, so it should be interesting to see how that works. Yeah, so if we basically just switch on whatever channel we're sending through, and then we can add to whatever array we're working with then. In fact, we can probably even do that via a switch. No, via a select. Because if we do add, because that can just wildcard. And then all we need to do then is yeah, do that. they're all the same type, so and then we can just add our payload in like so. Keeps it a little bit more compact, and then we can compress that into its own subnode again, just to keep it neat and tidy. So we've got yell, oops, whisper, and so on and so on. If we make any additional chat channels in the future, it's fairly easy to expand. We just update our channel enum with some additional channels, and just create some additional variables for them, and then that's it. That should be everything that's needed now to start adding stuff to these. Now what we're not doing at this point is we're not making sure that they're capped, so we need to now trim all of these, which I suppose I could have used a switch for, maybe, because as neat as that is, we'd have to do the same again. See if I can make that just as neat. So we want to resize, whether we want to get the length. So if it's over 100, so let's say that we're keeping a log of over 100. Capping it at 100 rather. So we could use that. So again, we'll try and keep it neat. So whichever one we're dealing with, if it's over 100, then we will resize that array to 100, and we won't bother doing that unless it's over 100 already. Otherwise we'll just add and be done with it. Yeah, I think that's probably the most compact way we could do that, given the amount of channels we've got, and it means we can keep adding channels without having to bloat this too much. Maybe Delta. I mean, when you press enter, it's just an open text box. So if you've got voice attacks just spitting out text into the client, then yes, it would be. And yes, there will be chat commands. So we'll need a on the back of this, we'll need a parser for checking for that. Yeah, so I think every time, and we'll do that here. So we'll check to see whether or not it's a slash command. If it is, then we'll bypass this. I guess depending, well, I was going to say depending on what that is, but if it's a debug command, like teleporting the ship, then I might add that to a log. Otherwise, things like using the UE console, there's no reason to log that. I suppose the quickest and easiest way, if we left chop, because I could do if it contains hang on, I'll get the right one in a minute. Yeah, there we go. So I do, if it contains a slash, then treat it as a command, but we want to chop the text because if you've got a slash somewhere else in the text, we don't want to treat it as a command. I always get confused with left chop and right chop. I think left chop obviously starts at the beginning, goes one character in and chops the rest, I think. Is that how that one works? Returns the leftmost characters from the string chopping given the number of characters from the end. Hang on, there's right chop. Returns the string to the right of the specified location, counting forward from the left. No, I want the opposite of that. Unless I can just resize, actually, you might be able to do that. That might do it. That's what I wanted. Right. So this should give us the first character in the string. So if the first character in the string, in fact, there's an even easier way of doing that. If that equals /, then we'll treat it as a command. And then we'll set up some separate handling for commands. Make sure there's no space on the end of that. There we go. Oh, I think I figured that out before you said so, CSI. But yeah, that should do what we need. So if it starts with a /, then we will treat it as a command. We can maybe have different operators as well. So we can maybe have different types of command depending on the operator. So we could have like a hash. So like hash something could do something different from / something. But for now we'll just use /. And I think we will just for the sake of testing it, we will just output that as our command. Yeah, just like that. So this will eventually be the command handling function once we start parsing what command we're dealing with. I think the easiest way is if we're starting like we're verifying that there's a /. From that point, all we need to do is, if we just find substring, and then we can just search for whatever recognized commands are, and then treat those accordingly. That's probably the easiest way of doing it. So we already know it's a command, so we look for a substring that is the command that we're looking for, and then once we found that, then we can then parse whatever the context is for that command. Yeah, stuff like that. I mean, to be honest with you, there's no reason why we can't use text commands within the game in lieu of using the radial menu. So there's no reason why we can't have that as a shortcut. So I suppose for things like voice attack, if there are certain contextual actions that require a certain command being typed, I suppose like the helm commands or setting alert conditions, then we can use voice attack or game glass or anything of that ilk to issue that command into the game via a / command. So you're not having to rely on a keyboard shortcut, you're literally just inputting the command in text. So you could do like / helm and then whatever the helm thing is. Voice attack is a very old piece of software that I was using with World of Warcraft like 15 years ago. Yeah, probably about that, to be honest. What it does is it takes you train it with certain voice commands, and then those voice commands spit out text into whatever client you're pointing it at. So I could do things in World of Warcraft, like I could say the name of a spell, and it would fire a keyboard shortcut to cast that spell within the game. And if you're using it for like Elite Dangerous, you can say things like landing gear or shields, and it will actually do a keyboard shortcut in order to do those things within the game. So it's a way of doing voice automation. From my experience, and granted it's been a long time since I've used it, it used the Windows built-in voice recognition, and it was a bit pants. Like if you were wearing a headset with a good mic, then it could be really good, but if you had like a mic on your desk or something, you'd be shouting the same thing over and over and over before it finally recognized it. These days it's probably better, but yeah, back in the day I gave up with it because it was too frustrating. But we do want to support it, so I think giving it access to / commands is probably the most usable and expandable way of doing that, because then we're not having to create loads and loads of keyboard shortcuts for everything. We can literally just set up those / commands and expose those to whatever piece of software is using them. Yeah, exactly. Or if you're from Somerset and you speak like a farmer, don't try it then either. Raise the shields, Mr. Frodo. Okay, I think we're done with that. Right, so we're adding to the arrays, we are trimming the length of the arrays, so that should be everything that's needed from a storage perspective. So in terms of the save game, so this is what we're saving right now. As you can see, it's not a lot, we're not saving a lot of stuff. So we would have to then add all of those different chat channels as part of the save struct, which is perfectly doable, there's no reason not to. But I think eventually the save data is going to get quite chunky. But yeah, we will save those chat sessions at some point. It is as simple as dragging that, having a corresponding array for it in the struct, and then it will automatically save. So it's very simple to add. It's just I've got to go into the struct and add all the things, and then I've got to reboot the engine because I can't save it with this open. It's a bit of a rigmarole. Right, so the next step then is to actually add the ability to create this and send it through. So I'll pretty it up afterwards, obviously. Right, so this needs a scroll box. Does it have a scroll box? Oh, it does have its own scroll box. That's good. Don't need to make a separate one. But we need to change the widget class. What type is that? I think that's a... Do we not need a special type for that? Oh, hang on. Is that not what I think it is? That's a list view. Did I want a list view or did I want the other type? I can't remember now. Perhaps it was a list view. Because I remember there being two different types of list views, and one of them was better than the other and required its own list class. Hang on, let's look at the sensors because that's what's using it. The difference between them is one of them is virtualized and the other one isn't. That's not the thing I wanted to click on. Time for my daily moan that they've moved the widget class thing all the way to the bottom of the list. Right, that one. So you are... No, you are a list view. Okay. I could have sworn they were a different type of object class. Obviously not. Okay. Clearly I'm going mad. And it's definitely just a standard widget. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So we need then user interface, widget blueprint. Chat message. Right, so we need things on here like list entry, like add, list item. No, this should have its own set of events. So, it is a special class because those are the only ones that are showing. So our chat message widget blueprint is not showing up on there. So these must be. See, it says user widget, and it's a child of user widget. But we have things like onList object set, which we can't use on this particular class. You know what? I think I'm just going to duplicate it. So at face value, both of these are the same. However, this one has extra stuff, like specifically the ability to be a list item. Is that because it's got like, oh, is it because it's using that interface? And this one isn't. Okay. But these are inherited. So where is it inheriting them from? If it's both got the same parent class, how come this one, again same parent class, doesn't have those inherited interfaces? It is a mystery, but doesn't matter because I'll just use the one I've got. So that can go away. We'll call this one chat message. Right, and then we can just cast this and set our variables accordingly. Now, I think what it is, there is a specific subclass of widget that that is a list item object, so that on I'll get rid of that one so I don't mess something up, and that too. So on your list view, that should now be on there as chat message. So there's a specific class of widget which it has to be. I don't understand what it's inheriting from, but we won't question it. I shall have to do some googling on that. But anyway, so that's us set up anyway. So all we need to do now is just give it all the stuff we need. So we don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. So if we replace that with, I suppose, an overlay, and then we can get rid of the canvas panel. So we don't need the border, don't need the image. Yeah, we'll just keep the text. So we custom on screen. Yeah, leave that as is. Right, so we want, I guess, timestamp first, and then we want name, and then message. Still just text, isn't it? Here. Text message. So 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. I suppose we're going to need it might be nice actually to use mission time rather than clock time. I'm wondering whether or not we have all messages on the ship mission time based. Wondering how useful that would be, or whether or not it's going to confuse people. At least it's time zone independent then, at least. Because we could do like T plus, whatever. So all of these to be center left. And I suppose we do need a horizontal box. Okay, I don't actually have an OLED screen to test that on, unless Claire's is. Right, so we stick some right padding, 10. I'll maybe stick a size box on each of these so that the time doesn't make the messages go or higgledy piggledy. Is that forcing upper? Transform, yeah, done. Okay, so I guess we'll color the name by department and then keep the messages easily readable. are we scrolled so far off? Oh. Okay, why is it up there? Oh, I see. Hang on, let's there we go. It was inverted. Probably have to make that text smaller because it's a bit on the large side. Yeah, so when it comes to things like player names and maintaining a consistent alignment on these, like either we can stick a size box on it, or we can use one of the grid panels. Yeah, I mean, we don't actually have an in-game time. All we have is the mission timer. I suppose in-game time is something we're going to have at some point, but we wanted to make it so that you could specify how long each shift is in terms of real-world minutes. So if you wanted the NPC crew rotating every half an hour, and that would include you as well as the player, if need be, then you could decide, okay, how long do I want to be on shift for? How long do I want to be just messing about the shift for? So by making that configurable, players can either have a 1-to-1 8-hour shift if they want to, or they can compress that shift pattern down if they want to see rapid rotation of crew members and they want to bounce around the ship more regularly. That would change the time of day. So it's difficult to have an in-game clock when you are rotating shifts in arbitrary lengths. So we'll have to have a think about that and how we manage it. I mean, we know that we're having a 3-shift pattern, and we know that each shift is going to be 8 hours long. So what we could do is just have the clock speed up if your shift length is shorter than 8 hours. Like a time of day compression, but I don't know. We need to have a think about how to manage that in a way that makes sense. Yes, Delta, that's the plan. So those wall screens, the map screens, they're going to have a lot more information on them. Let's just see what that looks like a minute. I'm assuming it should be there by default. Yeah, or not. Do I have that? Oh no, it should be there by default. Oh, that's fine. So we want that, and that. Not hit testable. Yeah, then we'll have some buttons across there. So we have another horizontal box. Yeah, so these are going to have to be quite tiny. So I suppose the other thing with like whispering and private messaging is that you could have multiple chats with multiple people sort of ongoing at once. So ultimately that would have to become a drop down. Yeah, so let's skip that one for now. This is going to have to be over 2 lines, I reckon. Oh yeah, we need ship wide as well, don't we? Stick that one first. Yeah, ultimately in the long run we can, but you know, from a UI perspective, that's going to require more work because we're going to have loads of tabs being created otherwise. So we keep ship wide as the default, and then say would be local, yell would be less local, then you've got your system messages, and then all your different departments. Suppose either this needs to be smaller or the whole thing needs to be bigger. So something like that, where you select your channel. At some point we'll have some department icons, and then we can put those department icons on each one just to make them look nice and all. And we'll color them per department as well, just to make it look even nicer. I think in terms of text size, we can probably make the timestamp smaller. Yeah, we'll see how much room this takes up. We can potentially make it a bit wider as well if need be. So if we were to make that, say, size 8. Nope. Maybe we'll go 700. So what we can do then, if we add so when we create this, what we'll do is if we go for our ship wide, just as a test, we can add a bunch of messages to it. Going to add 10 messages, make them all the same. Stick it in ship wide. So we don't need to care about the source or destination. We will, however, make our date and time. should have loaded, loaded already, which means if we grab our mission time, and we're storing that in seconds because that's awkward. Yes, we are. Okay. So we need like a seconds to date and time here. So what's the best way of doing this? If we do so if it is greater than, actually before I go through that fluff, let's just make sure that we have that working. And of course we need to set these up as well. I might actually start doing the mission timer as a timestamp, like a proper date time structure, rather than just storing it as seconds, because then we can actually properly extract things like hours, minutes and seconds at any point without having to convert seconds to all the different things. Because we have to like work out how many hours there are, then extract those from that number, and then just keep deducting things from it until you're only left with seconds, and it's a bit of a rigmarole. So I think for future reference we'll convert that. But the other end, of course, we're not actually giving it any variables yet, so let's do that. So we have our message, which needs to be of type string. And what are they storing all this as? So message string. Oh, of course. I'm going to store the source as a string for now. In the future I might make a struct where we can put some more information in that, but for now we'll just use a string. Yeah, that'll do for now. So our source is a string, and again that might be ship wide, it might be a player, could be anything. And then we want our department. Department, which is our channel. Actually, it's channels, isn't it? It's not department, it's channel. And then finally, we have our timestamp, which is date time. Right, so we need to cast to chat message, and that will give us access to all the stuffs. So we want to get message, get source, get channel, and then get date, get timestamp, and then we can just set these accordingly. just gives us our populated variables, and then we need to actually then go and update everything. So first thing we need to do is that. Should put that back up there, and then we need to update all of our stuffs. So get our timestamp, get our name, get our message. So set set text. Yeah, we're just going to have to for now just pop in the seconds into there. Yeah, so we'll format that properly. Afterwards, what do you mean left click? How do you mean like when you hold control to do that, you mean? Not sure what you mean, Illusion. Do you mean? Yeah, don't know what you mean. So I will color that based on our channel. So we want to set color and opacity. Can never remember which one to use. I think it's that one. Oh, do you mean like click one then the other? Oh, I see. Clickety click. Oh yeah. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah. Learn something every day. I'm all for anything that speeds up the process. Ah, awesome. So this is coloring the name of the person, not necessarily the name of the message. We'll set system messages being a different color though. So we'll have the messages being probably always white because it's easier to read, Yeah. Unless it's like a system message, in which case we'll make it a different color. See, is that quicker? I guess it is, yeah. Especially if the thing you're going to is off screen. I'll mess with the saturation of these once we see them in action. See, I was going to make the stewards purple, but I think I will just match it to their uniform colour. Right, we don't need those because we shouldn't have... Yeah, because we only care about the department of the message, not the channel it's on per se. Although I will default these to white just to make sure that we don't end up with messages being invisible on the background. So it's the other thing, see, and See, as much as we are colouring that based on channel, if everyone's speaking in like the ship-wide chat, we need to make sure that their names come up in their department on the ship-wide chat, which means we need, as part of our message struct, to change that to message channel, and then we also need a source channel. Or rather, if we make that destination channel, no, I think we'll keep it as message channel. And then I guess that's more like a source department, isn't it? Because we need to know where, because message channels where we're routing the message to, but source department is where it came from. So the source is going to be the name of the source, but in order to color the source, we're going to need to know where what color to make it. So we're going to need a separate struct for that. We can use the same enum. Well, we could just use the ship departments, but we also want the system messages in there as well, so we'll use the same enum. But because if the message channel is ship wide, we then need a different channel, obviously, for the source. So I suppose that would be channel, wouldn't it? So message and its channel, the source and its channel, destination if we're doing a private message, and our timestamp. Yeah. Just resave these because I've edited the struct. Yeah, so the destination channel is ship wide. The source is crew member, and let's put them in engineering. Shouldn't need to do anything here because we're just passing through payloads. You're right, Sirius, that will. Like, I immediately just go to drag stuff because I've been dragging stuff for 7 years. So it's difficult to break a 7-year habit. Although I've kind of got used to like moving nodes around now with control. Before I'd always kind of delete it and remake it, and then delete it and remake it. Being able to do that is infinitely quicker. Okay, so we also need then, so we've got a message channel and source channel. Right, so we've got our message and our message channel, our source channel, and our timestamp. Okay, so we need to just squeeze in message channel into there. Right. So we're not going to use message channel now, we're going to use source channel instead to color the name. And then we'll use a message channel for this one. Actually, no, we won't. We'll use source channel again. Because if it's a system message, we need to make sure we make it yellow. Yeah. Which means all the rest of them will just be plain old white messages. Basically, anything Ava says will be coming up as a system message. And I guess from that perspective, it's not even a system message, is it? It's like a ship's computer message, but we'll call it system. So that handles the color of the writing and the color of the name. Don't need that. So this is also fired whenever it scrolls into view. And that's the confusing thing with these things, because they're virtual objects. As soon as it scrolls out of the active window, it's replaced, like the same one is replaced by a different bit of data, which means that that is fired each time. So we might end up with mismatches, but we'll see how it goes. Did I? Oh yeah. Thanks. Well spotted. Okay. Yeah, so I guess the other thing we need to just make sure that all of these are exposed on spawn, because we need to set these as part of the add when we add this to the list. So that's the handling side of things in order to do all the colors and such. So hang on, we're setting, yeah, we're using color and opacity, so that's the one we'd set. So that's going to be our color. So blah blah blah. Player name, message. In fact, I'll make that an entirely different color so that we know that it's actually working if it's not pinky purple. What else do we need? So we've got the message handling on here. So I guess the last piece of the puzzle then is we need the HUD to actually update this. And do the broadcast when we actually type something. So I guess the first thing, if we listen for gameplay messages, and if we listen for our player being ready, where are we? Character ready, there we go. Right, so we're listening specifically for the character being ready with our dummy payload. So then what we need to do is get our list view, and I'll rename it so that we know which one we're talking about. List view box. So we'll clear it to begin with, just to make sure there's nothing on there. In fact, no, what we'll do, even betterer, we will do timer by function name, and we'll do this one at 10 Hertz. Refresh chat box. Right, so we won't do that yet actually. What we'll do is we'll get our game state. Cast to start game state. So this only starts off once the player character is ready anyway. So we know that the game state will be available. We will get our... so I suppose the first thing we would get is like which department is currently active, and we'll track that. But for now, we'll just get our ship-wide ones. So get ship-wide chat messages. And we'll get our length. So what we don't want to do is we don't want to update anything unless the length has changed, i.e. there's a new message. So what we're doing is we're just checking the length over and over. So we need that promoted to a variable. Actually, we want to go if that does not equal that, I'm still dragging it out. Yeah, so if they're the same, don't do anything. I think don't waste runtime repeating yourself. But if they're different, then we'll update chat length, and what we'll do is we'll default that to -1, so that when you first start it's going to be different. So if it's true, we will clear our list items. And then for each, we will add item, which is chat message. Oh, actually, I've got to construct it first, haven't I? Object from class, chat message, right, and that's what we're actually adding. So you can see, because we exposed all these variables on spawn, it means we have access to those things. So we can just plumb them straight in. I suppose what I could have done, to be honest, is just had a single variable, which was the same struct chat message, rather than breaking them out separately, which means that can just plug straight into there and you don't even need to do this bit. But then I'd still have to do the break on this side in order to break out and set these variables. So I guess whether you do it here or whether you do it here is probably the same difference in terms of CPU, but I don't think it's ever going to be a long enough array to make much of a difference. Right, so that should tick 10 times per second, and every time there's a new chat message, within 1 millisecond, it will, or within 10 milliseconds, it will have updated. And then I suppose what we need to do is, obviously this isn't handling the timestamp, so we will have to have an animation on here for the opacity. So if that timeline is up, and I suppose it's an interesting one, isn't it? So we're rebuilding the menu each time. So So I don't want them to just vanish. I want them to fade out gracefully. But we are clearing it every single time, which we'll have to do, otherwise it will just grow and grow forever. So we do have to clear it each time, which means there will be no messages every time it updates. But I suppose what we could do is we could update visible. So something that you can do is you can, I guess if we're not matching, you can get visible list items. I'm sure you can do that. Visible. No. There is a way of doing it. You can you can get the ones that are currently visible on screen. I can't see it, but there's definitely a way. I don't know how I did that last time. I'll have to go back and look at my previous code. But you can get whichever list item entries are visible and only refresh those ones, rather than refreshing the entire list. But I can't see it. I'm sure it was like either in view or visible or... Can't remember. Yeah, there's a way of doing it that doesn't require looping through the whole thing, because I was using it on the sensors. Like when we update this one here, obligatory moan about the thing being at the bottom. Ah, right, yeah. Oh, that was it. Get displayed entry widgets. Nice and self-explanatory. I suppose I need to do that on here, because otherwise it's going to be the wrong class. Get displayed entry widgets. Right, so that is an array of only the ones that are currently visible. So for each of those, we can fire an event where they will check their chat timestamp versus the current timestamp, and if it's out of range, then they can gracefully fade out. Now, when a new chat message comes in, I guess we'll just redraw the menu, and then they'll fade out again. But yeah, that will fade the visible ones, unless a new chat message comes in the interim. Okay, and we'll do that, obviously, if there's not anything. We'll leave that for now. That'll be our graceful purging of messages. They'll still be there in the chat log. They'll just fade away from the actual screen. I guess what we also need is we also need to fade out the background. So this black background and the bar and everything, all that stuff needs to fade out after you sent a message. So if this chat box isn't currently active, then the only thing that should be visible is the messages when they pop up, obviously. In which case, these are going to need probably a stroke around them, or a drop shadow, just so that we can see them on the background. But let's just see whether or not we get any messages. We do. Hurrah! So what we're ending up with now is we've got the crew member names coming up in the correct department, which is good because I set it to engineering. We've got the message coming up there. Size-wise, I think that's probably about as small as we'd ever want to go with it, but I think that will do. To see how we handle wrapping. Obviously, if it's a really, really long message, it needs to do text wrapping. Yeah, these buttons will be fine here. Obviously, this doesn't have focus, so like the scroll wheel won't do anything. So I guess the next thing we need to do is replace the existing chat box enter function with bringing up this one instead. And because this is now physically part of the HUD, it means we don't have to go and pipe it through a bunch of blueprint components, and it's already replicated because it's being stored on game state as a replicated variable. So it's replicated by default, which is nice. Right, so we've got about an hour to go, which means we should hopefully be able to make this functional within the next hour. So let's give it a go. At least in terms of ship-wide messages. Just get rid of some of this stuff that's in the way. Right, I guess let's purge this. So this is the plugin we were using, and I think at this point that can be deleted now. And we had a bunch of stuff here. So it's like when you send the player to the brig and such, it's sending messages across to the chat plugin. So we need to replace this functionality now with our own. That's probably going to cause a bunch of errors. So everywhere where we have, oops, no, not that one, that referenced, we need to just go through and remove those references. Yeah, so that functionality can be added back in. Again, that needs to then go. Again, fortunately, we've got our HUD reference already, so that's already baked in. So we just need to give it a show and hide chat message. So we'll come back to that. And all these places where we were controlling this, we need to sort that out. And again here, like we were launching the chat, which we don't need to do now because it's already there in the HUD. I do like deleting code, it's one of my favorite things. That's true, it's a plug out now. Yeah. Right, so from memory, I don't think we were accessing that from anywhere else. No, that can stay because that's just handling the enter key. Yeah, so that's firing our blueprint interface on player controller, which is that. So what we need to do now is on our HUD widget, we need to get rid of that one because I'm a bit confused. Get rid of that one. I close the HUD, of course, because why wouldn't I have? Right, so on here we need to basically bring that up. So if we do, yeah, we'll use an event. If we do this by way of enabling and disabling, then we can control how certain things work, like removing hit detection on the buttons when it's disabled. We don't want the HUD causing any issues, like when you bring up the pause menu and stuff. Right, so if we grab the chat box border, actually no, we don't want to do that, do we? We want to do because we don't want to hide the child object. So this this list view, we don't want to hide that. What we want to do is hide everything else and then have the individual messages disperse on their own. So I guess we need that one, that one, that one. So that's the chat thing there. In fact, if I that's our text box. That's our top button bar. That's our bottom button bar. And that's our border. Oops. those are the things that we specifically need to hide. So that one, oops, yeah, that one, that one. And we can plug all of them into the same thing to make it easier. Yeah, we'll do that for now. I think we're going to have to change the behavior for a couple of these, because obviously we want to be able to click in the chat box to enter text, and that won't work if it's set to not hit testable. But these things need to be not hit testable. I'm probably going to add the buttons to this as well, but let's give that a try. So by default then, that and that need to be hidden. And then that needs to be visible. So we should end up with just a bunch of text on the screen. Or nothing at all. Is that because that's hidden, maybe? So that should be, yeah, visible. Right, so to be awkward, in order to have the text visible and everything else not, it means that the border is going to have to go there, so we're going to have to swap that around. So if we place with child, remove that a sec, because last time I did that the engine crashed. Right, so that gives us that, and if we take our, I'll just make a new border actually. Make a new one and copy the settings over, it'll be easier. Yeah, to be honest, I can change the transparency, and in fact if we do it by way of an animation, then it'll be even smoother. I suppose I could change the tint, but then I still maybe. All right, hang on then. Let's try that. I can do opacity on that. So if we chat box fade, oops. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, the opacity. Okay, so if we were to go to 1 second and then set all of these to 0. Well, I suppose actually we do it the other way around. Let's get some keyframes in there. So that will set them completely invisibles, but the border, I don't believe I can change the entire thing, because if I add render opacity to this one, I'm pretty sure it will hide the text. Yeah, it does. So for this one, I probably need to add I'm using tint, aren't I? So unless we do it via the color. So we stick it at 0 to begin with, and then hopefully, oh hang on, that killed the text. Oh wait, no, it's because that's there. So yeah, so 0 there, and then at 1 second, set the output to 1. Set that to 1 before I delete it, otherwise it will not be there. Right, that should fade that in and out. There we go. And then the messages can stay where they are, and then we'll handle them separately. It does mean though, when we enable and disable the chat box, we'll have to make sure we show everything when it's enabled, and then when we hide it again, it goes back to its how long does it stay on screen thing. Okay, so on our graph then, we'll get rid of that. And instead, we will play animation forwards. Play backwards. Reverse. Okay, so that should do the animations for us. Hey, Whopper. Yeah, so we need to trigger that from our player controller, which means we need to know, is it visible? We'll just do a variable on here actually. Is that of type? Maybe I'll do it on here. So we know, and we're tracking what's going on with that. And we'll default that to not enabled, which means for our player controller we should be able to get chat enabled, which gives us our toggle. So if it is enabled, we want to disable chat. If it is enabled, but if it's not, we want to enable the chat. Right, that should give us our open and close on enter. So we're going to have to make sure we set focus on, yeah, so set input mode, UI only, don't think you need that, we'll stick it anyway. And then we want to set input mode game only. Right, just so that we are giving ourselves cursors and stuff. In fact, on that note, set pointer I need to macro this because we do the whole switching between input modes quite a lot, and it would be nice to not have to keep doing this every time. Oh, of course, yeah, player controller, set pointer. So we want hand or default. What are we after? I'll skip that for now. I will change that though. Right, let's see whether that works. Okay, so the border is staying, so we need to sort that out. Okay, well that kind of worked. Yeah, one thing I did notice though is that the opacity, yeah, it needs to be 0 by default, and also brush color needs to be 0 by default, and then on the animation we want it to be 0.5, not 1, because we don't want it to be solid. And then on the border, yeah, use brush transparency. Hopefully that will fade. I have a feeling it's not going to, but I'll see. I know it did. That's good. Perfect. Okay, so we're not releasing the mouse. Okay. Oh, I have these two things the wrong way around. So if we're disabling the chat, then we're going to input mode game only, aren't we? Another thing I thought is the fade time was a little bit slow. So if we just set play rate, oh, I can do it from here, can I? Even easier. So I'm pretty sure that will make it half a second rather than a full second. Okay, that made it worse. Oh, I know why. Because it needs to be set to game and UI, not game only, not UI only. So set input mode game and UI, because otherwise it won't trigger pressing enter. There we go. So interestingly, it's not showing the other elements, but we are so right now we have control of the character, bring up the chat, so we can still move, but we have mouse control obviously for the menu and everything. Enter goes, and we go back to controlling the character. I think that's pretty much exactly what we want. I'm wondering whether that should be even quicker, to be honest, because you want to be able to hit enter and start typing and spamming your menu up and down. Oh, I need to make sure that F doesn't work whilst this is active too, because otherwise they'll overlap with one another. Okay. Right, so why aren't the other things appearing? And oh, it's because I've set them to be not visible, isn't it? That would do it. I need to get rid of the scroll bar as well when that's not visible. Okay. We're getting there, one step at a time. Okay, so the next thing we need to do when we enable the chat is we need to make sure we set focus on our text box. Because we want to be able to just immediately start typing. And I'm going to double the speed of that animation again, so it's a little bit more responsive. Yeah, I prefer that speed-wise. I think that's much more nicer. So the text box is not selectable or typable for that matter. That one needs fixing, doesn't it? So size 12. Let's go with size 12 for now. text. I'll leave that one grey actually, because I don't want to miss the fact it might have become read-only at some point. And again, if it's read-only, I'll make it a different colour so we can see the fact. First thing we'll do is disable the chat, because it's coming up straight away for us, which we don't want. Right, so it's not there to begin with, so bring that up. Imagine this is either a hit testable thing, or it's losing focus somewhere. I also think actually the messages are inverted. So we want to actually scroll these to the bottom. Do is we'll when we come to actually listing messages properly with timestamps, I need to make sure that we do it in reverse order for the messages. Right, so the chat text box, I think we're going to have this as visible so that it's hit testable. And that might be why I can't type in it. I wonder if it's like stuck underneath. So the border is not hit testable, which is what it should be. Oh, self only. Okay, that would help. Self only. Self only. Visible. Self only. Right. I wonder whether we're skipping enable input on here. Better off going up there. No. I think what's happening is we're not getting our input events passed through to the widget. I mean, we can push it through the player controller. Try that as well. That's basically what we're already doing, but because we're using game and UI, it's skipping that, so we can't close, but at the same time the game is grabbing the keyboard inputs. I'm just wondering whether or not we set that to UI only. Yeah, let's try that a sec. If we do UI only, and that, then we can use the UI to close the chat again when you press enter. So we can use the on commit or pressing escape to close the chat. Interesting. Just going to have a look at how I'm managing this process with like the bug report window and stuff, because they are essentially the same thing. Yeah, so we're not doing anything special. So it's just an editable text box. Did I just use like the wrong type of text box maybe? Could be as simple as that, but let's... Oh no, same type, editable text box, so it should be usable. So what am I doing differently? So there's nothing, where's the construct there? There's nothing specifically capturing keyboard focus on there. I wonder if it's because it's the HUD. I wonder if we avoid that entirely. Same on here. And then just to double check, make sure that this is definitely completely active and enabled. And we're not missing anything. So yeah, the weird thing, it's like it's not even reacting to the on hover. So what we will actually need is when we commit the text entry, we need to make sure we send that through. On the ship-wide channel. We'll connect that up to player controller just to see whether we commit anything. You're right, Sirius. I did, didn't I? Yeah, it's for some reason it's just not allowing it to be clicked on. It's like something on top of it. I wonder if it's being blocked by something. I mean, there is nothing else on the HUD that could be blocking it. And what have we got? We got that, which is that is saying all children. Let's just do that self only. Got those things, that, none of that's in the way. That stuff and that stuff. Yeah, so there's nothing on top of it. The fact that the canvas was set to all children, that might be something to do with it. Okay, so yes, that was it. And we have messages. So it's not auto scrolling to the bottom, and it's doing it twice. So why is it doing it twice? But that aside, we do have a working chat box. So we need to make sure we scroll with each message. And then when we hit enter to commit, we also need to obviously, do we want, yeah, I suppose we do. So I guess this can be like a player option thing. So like when you type a message and press enter, I guess the default behavior is the chat box then needs to go away. Like the old plugin one had a pin that you could click and it kept it there. Perhaps we'll have that as well. So if you click the pin, then you can just keep chatting, and that field needs to empty as well. Oh, I wonder if the slash command does it. Oh, it did. Look at that. So it's working with the slash commands too. So it's our detection of the slash is working twice. Oh, that's true actually, CSI, you haven't disappeared like you normally do. Right. So the next two things we need to do. One is on commit. We need to disable chat. And let's see whether we can set our keyboard focus to this. Because I want it to automatically focus on it. Because ultimately you want to be able to press enter and type without having to click on things. Press enter, and nothing happens. Because we are disabling it from here, but not from the player controller, so yeah, so we'd have to get our player controller and then open close chat and have it handle that. Up. Are we just like immediately committing text? That's no good. Just wondering whether or not this is firing twice, or whether it's firing twice further down the line. Okay, so the autofocus isn't working, so that needs fixing. Okay, so it's firing twice from here. I guess because we're losing... we're like losing focus. I think that's what's happening. So the menu's opening, and the fact there's a blank row here means I think what's happening is it's automatically just losing focus immediately. Right, so so we need to switch on this. And make sure that we only want to do it if it's on enter. Yeah, so we don't want to, because if you want to change chat channels, we don't want to have it suddenly delete all the text that you've got in the thing. I wonder why that's not working though. I wonder if I need to use that instead. So that fixes the double messages problem. So we can click around without it sending the message, and it will only go if we press enter, which is great. It is, however, still losing focus when we're starting up. Oh, am I over the chat box? Nope. There we go. Sorry, I didn't even realise. Oh, CSI, have a good one. Yeah, so we can click around, it's not doing anything, press enter, it does stuff, and it only does it once. So that's that problem fixed. So I guess yeah. So we'll have our channels that you can select. So the idea is you can type a message, realize you're on the wrong channel, click the channel that you actually want to type in, and it won't clear the message, so that you don't have to type it again. Just one of those quality of life things. I guess we need to automatically refocus on that when you click on these as well. Let's try that a minute. So if we grab our buttons, so let's say the ship wide one. So on clicked, we want to set focus to the chat box. Let's see whether that actually does it or not. Does. Okay. So is this like a delay thing then? Perhaps it's yeah, perhaps it's as simple as that. So if we delay until next tick, maybe. And like, do we need the whole focus or just keyboard focus? We will get to the bottom of this. Because if clicking the button works, then that should also work. I wonder if that's like the animation's doing something, so can't do it whilst the animation's doing something. There's going to be some weirdness going on there. So the other thing we want to do is close the chat at some point. But before we do that, we want to get our text chat thingy, what's it? And get number of list items, and then scroll to. I'll scroll to bottom, even better. And at the same time, we want to. Can we clear that? No, okay, so just set text to nothing. There we go, so that fixed that. So it was a delay problem. Right, so typey. It's not scrolling to the bottom. Interesting, but typey. Okay, so oh, I know what's happening. So of course I can't close it because we have set it to UI only. Okay, so in that case we want to make sure if we're trying to submit a blank message, it needs to just close. see, that should close it. It should. Because we're firing that, which means we're checking that, which means it's just doing that. So that should work, shouldn't it? I potentially could, yeah. Yeah, I guess as long as the chat box is in focus, it's not going to cause any issues. Right, typey. Okay, and then so it closes it, but now we've lost all keyboard control because for some reason. Oh, is it like? You are right though, that is the problem. So I just do that again. I'll get rid of that. Typey. Right, because we're not clearing focus. So typey, press enter. Now right now we're still focused on, so the keyboard focus is set to the chat box. I wonder if I just set focus instead of set keyboard focus. Perhaps I'm breaking it unnecessarily. Okay, yeah, so we need... I don't think this will be a problem in a packaged game. I think this is because we're in the editor. So we do our typey, we press enter, but we need to click the viewport and then press enter for it to get keyboard focus again. So I think we have to set focus to viewport. Yeah, which means that we can then hopefully do our delay here. So if we, well, let's just get our controller a minute, and then show jet. Because if we're setting focus back to the viewport, then hopefully that's solving the issue. It's almost working. Oops, I seem to have turned on some kind of debug. NPC pathing debug, that's useful to have. I wonder what I pressed to get that. Okay, so that's actually working as intended. So you press enter and it fades out and your message pops up. Obviously it needs to scroll into view. What it's not doing is giving us full control of the character back. So like, is this entire thing running? So disabling chat. Enabling chat. So we should see it come up and say disabling chat when we hit enter. Okay, which it does do. I wonder if this is another delay thing. Okay, so when we fire that, all we're doing is turning that off, reversing the animation, and that's it. That's all we're doing. So nothing special happening there. So if we do a slight delay there, so we can type and type and type, so that's good. Yeah, that's fine. And that feels responsive. What it's not doing, it's not giving us our mouse back, so I'm having to hold left click to move the mouse. We do have keyboard control, so press enter, don't have keyboard control, press enter again, we do have keyboard control. So that's all working. It's just the mouse that's not. I wonder if it's this. I always flush input as a matter of course, but let's just try it without, in case I'm doing myself a disservice. Okay, no, it's not that, but the rest of it's working. Debug stuff. Okay. So that's working because the mouse is disappearing. Oh, hang on a minute. Is it really as stupid as I didn't put that in there? Because that would be quite hilarious. Oh, it was that. Okay, so there we go. Working chat box, and it's replicated. Okay, so as a final test, why don't we try it in multiplayer? Obviously, it's not grabbing names yet, but we should at least see only one message come from one client. Although I suppose we could. Hang on. Get player state. Get customization. Get player. Oh. Cast to Starship player state. Get player customization. So we want those and department. Gonna have to do like a weird conversion here. Two very, very similar enums, but also slightly different. Okay, that should actually populate both a name and a color for a name. Let me just try it with one client first. Thank you, Sirius. Yeah, I guess that's, for me, that's the whole joy of coding. It's breaking stuff. Why is that broken? Weird. But yeah, it's that whole being faced with a puzzle, a logic challenge, and persevering until you get through it. Haha. So it's coming up with my name. It's not coming up with the right color. Keep pressing F. Okay. Oh. That'll be why. Just double check. Hurrah! Stop pressing F. Right, so if I change my role to medical and I type more, hurrah, I'm now green. Okay, so So it's getting the name from customization, it's getting the role, which means we're colouring names properly. So that's the department stuff. Obviously I think we need to definitely add some kind of background to that text and stop it from sending if it's a blank message. Thanks, Fireball. Right, let's try it in multiplayer and see how much it falls on its face. Right, let me just drag that over. Right, so I'm going to have to change stuff on this character. So think of a random name. For some reason, the only name I can think of is Ben Dover, and Ben is in science. I can feel Claire face palming from here. So Ben is typing stuff. Okay, and then on this one, we're seeing Ben typing in his colour. So if I now type, stop pressing F. Right, there we go. So it's working in multiplayer already. Yay. I think I'm actually getting in the hang of this multiplayer business. Okay, so yeah, there we go, working. So other than tidying it up, making it look nice, and just kind of smoothing off the rough edges, that is a multiplayer replicated chat system. Yeah, we need to add the department channels, but the good thing about this is, one, we've been able to delete a plugin, and I always like deleting plugins, and two, it's now proprietary, and we can build any functionality we need into this, which is like one-to-one with the game systems, which is perfect. So yeah, I'd say that's quite a productive evening's work. So yeah, like I said at the beginning of the stream, until we've got this patch out, I'm going to dedicate every stream now to doing work for that patch. We just need to spend as much man hours on it as possible to get this thing done. So there'll be no Magellan or Caravella streams until the patch is live. But yeah, that aside, we'll just keep plugging away with it. So yes, Fireball. Well, yes, it does. Obviously, I need to polish it all up, but yeah. Yeah, so have a good week ahead, everybody. And yeah, so I'll see you on Sunday for more of this patchy stuff, whatever I'm working on. Maybe Radial menu stuff, maybe polishing this, we'll see. There'll be no stream on Wednesday because we're traveling on Wednesday. So after Sunday stream, the next time you'll see me is Friday. But yes, have a great weekend, have a great week ahead, and I shall see you on Sunday stream. Bye for now.